Can you hear me now? I literally didn't have my mic turned on. Basically, what I just said whilst my mic was off. Hang on. Okay, you can hear me, that's good. So, what I said whilst my mic was off is these are like fabrics that I dyed with rust that was on a radiator. We had a rusty radiator, and I literally like took the material, put it in vinegar and water, and then just wrapped it around the radiator, and it kind of like dyed the fabric. And then these ones I dyed with tea, like black tea bags. And some of them, this one was plain before, and then these are the rust ones, which I've then dyed it over with the tea. So I'm just like ironing them and labeling them before I forget. I can't believe I didn't turn the fucking mic on. I shouldn't swear, sorry. Oh my god. It's kind of hard to read the marker. So I didn't realise how dark these would go. So all of these ones I left in for an hour. Wait, and this one. And then these ones I left in for, was it 4 hours? Yeah, I think it was 4 hours. I think these ones, when I put it back on the radiator to dry, there was still some rust on there, so it's then made those bits like darker. These ones are left in the tea for a whole day. But to be honest, I don't really think it's made that much difference leaving it in there for longer. And I actually think I prefer the ones that are not quite so dark and weren't left in for quite so long. Yeah, let me know. Let me know which ones you like the best. Yeah, I thought about it because afterwards I was like, I could use, but because I want to wash them and see after I wash them how it looks. So I don't know whether white would hold through the washing machine, but when I thought about it, I could like stitch it in white thread, because if it's like polyester, then polyester doesn't really dye with natural materials. So the fabric would dye, but the thread would stay white. So then I might be able to actually read what I've put. But yeah, maybe do that next time. What I'm going to do today is try and make a pair of trousers. Um, you have to lose. What do you mean lose the thread? Sorry, I don't understand. Honestly, I'm literally so nervous right now, but this is my first stream. Said you want to stitch it with white thread. Yeah, because the thread won't dye because I'm using natural materials. If I use a polyester thread, that won't pick up the dye. So the fabric will dye, but the thread won't. The thread will stay white. Anyway, I need to try and make a pair of trousers today because I've got a deadline for uni. Don't need that one. Sorry if it's rustling really loud, like I literally have no idea what you can hear until I like watch it back. Okay, I need that one and I need that one. Yeah, this is like my test run, because I've never ever done this before. So if you can see the picture on the screen, that's what I'm aiming to make somehow. Wait, oh, I need more than that. Where's the other one? here. Like, I tried to get everything ready before I started, but I probably have forgotten something. So, yeah, if you look at the picture, it's a pair of trousers, but these trousers are going to be like shared and worn by anyone who wants to wear them. So the problem I have, or the challenge that I need to overcome, is how are they going to fit like all different body sizes and body types. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and make them loose fitting, so there's a bit of like forgiveness, and then I want to do like different panels that can be like put in to make them like bigger and smaller. I honestly have no idea how to do this. So I'm gonna, but what I've done so far is, and I probably should have streamed this too, but I didn't really think about it until the other day. So I did 2 patterns. These are men's loose fitting trouser patterns. Wait, can I zoom out? Yes. So I did a size 5XL and an extra small, just so I could see like what the difference would be. And so that one is the front, that's the back, and that's the front. So essentially, that gap is the difference. And these are all the materials that I have to make it from. These were all donated by various people, and yeah, I want to try and like repurpose these into this new outfit. I'm not sure what method to use, but what I'm thinking, because I wanted to put pockets down the side like cargo, so I don't want the pockets to be on a panel. Like if I just made that a panel, I don't really want the pockets to be on the panel because I want everyone to have the pockets when they wear it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to measure how much it needs to be adjusted by, and then split that into 2 panels, like a bit down the front and then a bit down the back. And also it's going to have an adjustable waist, so it will be a little bit adjustable without removing panels, I think. So essentially, at the waist, and if I put that there, do you know what, like, I was thinking when I was doing this, well, how I was going to set my stream up. Let me just measure this. So it needs to be 17 centimeters up here. And I'm just going to draw that on in case I forget. Yeah, I was going to set my stream up because there's this thing you can do where you can like have people like viewers suggest music, but then it means like it's music from YouTube. And when I looked into it, it goes against like the terms and conditions of streaming music. So now I'm not really sure what, like, you know, if I want to listen to music, I don't know how I should go about listening to music because I'm not allowed to stream music. Wait, how should I do it at the bottom? Because for some reason, at the bottom, there's an even bigger gap. I'm wondering whether I should just make it the same the whole way down. Because that is 31. And up here, it is 17. But I'm just wondering if I do 17 the whole way down. Or maybe I like go somewhere in the middle and try and do like 20. Yeah, so the length, you can kind of see in the picture that the bottom can be taken off, so it can be made into shorts. But I'm also thinking of doing like a middle panel, sort of like here where the knee is, because then you can have like 3 different options. You can have it like shorts above the knee, shorts below the knee, or you can have all 3, which makes it long, or if you take the middle one out, it makes it short. Does that make sense? And also, I might do like bottom cuffs, so rather than it being like a loose bottom, or do it so you can have like a pull and then you can like pull it in and gather it at the cuff, because then it doesn't really matter if it's got cuff bottom. It doesn't matter how tall you are because it still won't drag on the floor because it's like cuffed. That's what I thought so far. But yeah, I'm kind of making it up as I go along. And also, what's kind of worrying is that, I mean, yeah, I could do like a pattern and then make a twirl and then test that out and see, but I haven't got the people to try it on. So even if I made a twirl, I wouldn't be able to try it on anyone. And the materials I'm using, it's not like it's a roll of fabric, so I can't just like, oh, if it goes wrong, I'll just cut out another bit, because I'm using donated, unwanted clothing, and if I use it and it goes wrong, then that's it. I'm not going to get any of that material ever again. So yeah, I don't know. I've kind of been putting it off, but I can't really put it off any longer. I think I'm just going to do the panel. If we go 20 centimeters. Yeah, maybe if I do a 10 centimeter panel, 2 10 centimeter panels. Yeah, maybe. I'm just worried about, but then I think these are very wide leg. So if I took in some of the leg, I think it would still be okay. Or I do a panel which is like 10 centimeters at the top of the waist end, and then do it out to like 15. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do it so it's 10 at that end and then 15 at that end. But right, now I know the difference. I can get rid of these extra smalls because I'm just going to work with the 5XL. So I have no idea how this was originally folded, even though I was the one that folded it. Yeah, if you have any like thoughts or suggestions, feel free to let me know. To be honest, this table is not very, like, well, it is big, but it's not big enough. Okay. But I don't want to do the panel in the middle because I want to put pockets up the side. So what we're going to do is we're going to start it. Get rid of this chair. Okay, so that is the middle. And then, so that is 20, 20, why can't I maths? 20, 35, 36, what's half of 36? 18. 18 is here. And then we're doing 10. So 5 and 5. So essentially, that is one panel here. And then the front is I don't know why the front's bigger. I would have thought the back would have been bigger. But yeah, to make this pattern, I just followed the instructions in a pattern cutting book. I think the author is it Winfred or Winifred Aldrich or something. And it's like pattern cutting for menswear. And I just like followed it step by step. It takes you through how to make the pattern. So, and this is just like what is it? This is a flat trouser block, easy fitting, one piece. Yeah. So, okay, 20, 30, 18 was half of 30, wait, 20, 38, yeah, was half of 38, 19, and then 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters. So that is the start of the panel for that front bit. I don't know how well you can actually see. Okay. And then the bottom is so that's 40, 41, 20, 20 and a half there. And then we want to go out 7.5 and 7.5 because that's half of 15. And we want it to be a 15 centimeter panel there. 20, 39. What's half of 39? I don't even know what half of 39 is. 15, 19 and a half. And then we want to go 7.5. And then that's 6, 7.5. I just check. That should be, yeah, 15. That should be 15. That should be 10. And that should be 10. Okay. Now, somehow, I've got to connect the two. I think I need a bit of a longer straight edge. One sec, I'm just going on a hunt. Yeah, I kind of painted them. They're like false nails, but I just felt like doing them. I wanted them to look nice and not like, yeah, because my natural nails don't look very nice. Okay, so that is one panel on one side. I don't know whether I need to make a front panel and a back panel differently. Maybe I'll do it. It's better to be safe. But I feel like both the panels are going to end up being the same kind of shape. Okay. So what I'm thinking for each panel, I'm gonna do like buttons and buttonholes. I don't know whether I should do buttons, buttonholes, or whether to do like a lace up, like what's it called? Where you have like the little loops and then you can lace through it. Or I'm not gonna do zip because what I'm thinking of doing like multiple rows. So say if I do buttons and buttonholes, if I have like the buttons like here, and then I can have like a hole like here, we should like join it, but then I could also have another hole here. So you could adjust it, even more, rather than doing a zip, because then you can only have it to that one spot. Yeah, no worries. Mm, I think I'm just gonna go button and buttonhole. I don't know how far apart to make the buttons either. And then also, I'm wondering whether this needs a waistband. I think what I'm gonna do is add a waistband on, but maybe do a waistband that can like fold over so that you can have the waist a bit lower if you want. It's really hard designing something to try and make it like fit everybody. But I do like a challenge, so hopefully. So let's just say this is no waistband and we're going to add a waistband. The waistband is going to probably be about 5 centimeters. So yeah, I think every 5 centimeters is good for button placement. I don't want to do like too many that it's just like material, like, intensive to have loads of buttons and stuff. But I don't want to do too little so that because I don't want there to be like gaps in the, do you know what I mean? There can't be any gaps when people are wearing it. I'm sort of wondering whether to maybe do like 10 centimeters. Yeah. I'm going to say 10 centimeters, and we're going to do the button. How far out should we do the button? 2 centimeters out. Yeah. I'm not going to decide on the button placements yet. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a little line. In fact, I should be doing this in pencil. I have no idea what time I started this stream or how long I've been streaming for. I was just trying to figure it out. Right. Let's do it in pencil. Sorry. I'm not even sure if I'm using the right microphone. Hello? Yeah, I think. Just gonna do like a very faint line. That's like 2 centimeters away from the panel. And then I'm gonna go down and mark the buttons at 10 centimeter intervals. Okay, so that is where the buttons are going to go. And then what I might do is I might try and do like a thicker line so I can tell. I don't want to get confused between all the lines on here. But on the panel, we're going to have so what I've literally just realised is that is actually supposed to be on the other side. I'm just going to take a break and have something to eat, have something to drink, and try and think about what I'm doing because I don't want to make any mistakes. Okay, I'm kind of back, kind of ready. I'm just really have never done anything like this before. And to be honest, the reality of pattern cutting is kind of um, it's it's like a mental challenge, I guess, to try and figure out how to take this flat thing and then how you're going to construct it so that it becomes a garment. And that's just like normally this would be done, and it's like, oh, this will fit just one size, but this has got to fit multiple sizes. So basically, I think I've done the buttons on the wrong side. Should I just rub it all out? I'm gonna rub it all out and start again. Okay, so the confusing thing is that this is where we want the panel. This is where the two panels join, but they've got to overlap to be able to join. So now I'm just trying to figure out the overlap, but I'm pretty sure. Well, if we want the buttons to go here, actually, this could be where we want the buttons. Yeah. Maybe I'll just mark the buttons down this line. And then maybe we'll do like a 2 centimeter line that side. In fact, I think we need to do a 2 centimeter line both sides, and then they'll both overlap in one way or another. Just gonna have to trust the process here. I also realised when I started this stream that I didn't call it anything. Hopefully that's updated it. Literally just doing like a titleless stream. Hang on, let me also Back to work. Okay, that makes a bit more sense now. And then if we put, so this panel will actually overlap like that, and then this panel will overlap like that. So there'll actually be like a 4 centimeter overlap, and then the buttons and buttonholes will sit in the middle. And I think for the edges of each panel, I think I'm just going to do like a binding, because then I don't have to think about kind of like seam allowance or hemming or anything. If I, like I don't have to factor in a hem onto the pattern if I just bind the edges. I'll probably like overlock them and then bind them. The idea is that I want to make this as strong as possible. And with it being modular, it kind of comes apart really easy, so it's really easy to repair it. Yeah, I want this item to be an item that is not going to get thrown away. Do you know what I mean? It's not a disposable piece of clothing. It's like a piece of clothing that is going to last. It's going to be worn. It's going to be repaired. And I'm trying to design it in a way that makes that as easy as possible. So let's go mark down our 10 centimeters again, but this time in the middle. Okay, so that those dots are for the buttons here, and then the buttonholes will obviously go like kind of like that. But what I also want to do is I want to do more buttonholes. So we're gonna do it. Should we do every 2 centimeters for the buttonholes? Or is that a bit... hang on a minute. If I do it every 2 centimeters, how many rows will that get us? It would be 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. I think, yeah, I think 2. I think every 2 centimeters. Okay. So I've definitely decided where the buttons are going. So what I'm gonna do, well, for this, this is a lot more complicated than what it seems. First I thought, yep, sounds complicated, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. And now I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I have to just keep going. Okay, so then oops. Right, this panel is definitely decided. So what I am going to do, what I kind of want is like a thicker pen. But I either have like this size pen or I have like marker pen. I'm going to go on a hunt and see if I can find some other pens. All I can find is highlighter. Oh, Mum, where's your highlighters? Do you mind getting them? This has been confusing me. This has been confusing me. This making this pattern. Because I was like, I don't know where to put the buttons and the buttonholes. Because then it's going to have to overlap. But I think I figured it out now anyway. Thank you.
You had lunch? Are you having lunch?
I've not had any. I had a banana.
I didn't know what to do for lunch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whether to have my fish and chips now.
Well, it's up to you.
I might just do that because it'll be easier. But then I don't know what we'll have later.
No.
I'll sort that out later.
Yeah, I'm just trying to not get confused.
Well, I think I'll just eat and then go to work.
Okay.
I've not been there for 2 weeks. I might take a bit longer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try not to because
I was going to say you won't get paid more if you're there longer.
No. So I won't need to clean the windows today or anything because the weather's so crap.
Yeah. Do you normally clean the windows?
I do, but not very often.
Okay.
Usually when they're expecting somebody found.
Yeah.
Or the council moans because the windows are dirty.
Does the council moan because the windows are dirty?
Well, if theirs are the only ones that are dirty, yeah.
Really?
Not dirty. But I was on form today.
Are you?
After thinking I'd be crap again.
I'm not on form today.
Is she not on form, man? Has he had his thing?
Yep.
Nothing else then for you? Nothing else. Look at you sitting there and looking Mr. Perfect.
What are you looking at?
those roses on
What roses?
your phone. I went to switch it on.
Oh, okay, yeah, like my screensaver.
Yeah.
Um, button, buttonhole, 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 buttonhole. I have no idea.
Did you do a stream?
I'm doing one. Why? Well, it doesn't really matter if you don't have to shut up. I don't think anyone's actually watching it. Those fish and chips smell nice. Wait, are they? Did you what? Did you do it in the air fryer? Ah. Okay, so I've decided on this panel, which is going to be all the way to where the orange line is, and then these crosses are going to mark where the buttons go. And I'm just going to make my way that way, figuring it out as I go. But yeah, now because I've just definitely decided on this one, I'm going to actually draw the pattern for this piece. We'll call this piece, that's the front, so we'll call this piece, we'll call this, well, to be honest, we could just call this back, because we're going to have a back. This is going to be the back. This is going to be the side. This is going to be back panel. And so on. Just drawing the seam allowance on, because I had to flip the pattern. But as you can see, this edge has got seam allowance, so I'm just copying that over. I think I'm going to copy over these lines too. These lines will really help when it comes to lining everything up. Did Ernie not get any? Oh, he did get some,
Yeah, he just wanted a bit more.
but he just wants more.
Right.
Okay. See ya. I might just go turn the lights on. Oh. Thought they were on the other side. I thought they were on the other side of the wall, but they're not. They're on this side. There we go. Brighter. It's a bit of a horrible day today. Rainy, windy, very windy. But it like rained for the whole month in January and most of February. And then the other day it was actually sunny for the first time in like months. And it was actually warm. Like I managed to go for a walk without a coat and a jumper. And I was like, oh, this actually feels really nice. Like my mood instantly was lifted. So hopefully it'll start getting a bit warmer now. So yeah, this is the back panel. This is going to be the buttons. Hopefully this makes sense, or if it doesn't make sense, hopefully it will make sense as we progress. But I'm happy now. In my head, I know what I'm doing. I just need some scissors. Yeah, in my head it makes sense. And I think it's going to work well. So, let me just label this piece. Back. I'm going to do some better labels. Because when I was at uni, I did loads of pattern cutting. And then, because I didn't label them properly, it made no sense to me when I came back and looked at it. And I was like, great, I spent all this time making patterns, but I can't really use them because I didn't label them properly. And I don't know what pattern goes with what outfit, like what pattern makes up, what or which, I need to label them better. So I'm going to do that with this one, but this is the only pattern I'm working on right now. So if I just call it back, I'm not going to get confused. But when I have finished working on this pattern, before I file it, I'm going to make sure it's got proper labels so that if I ever want to come back to it, I know what's what. I think, yeah, if this pattern works, I mean, it'd be quite cool to have a pattern that can make some modular trousers which can fit loads of different sizes. that's our back piece. I'm just gonna put this what I don't need over here. Right. Now start working on this middle panel, or the back panel. So essentially this side is done. It's gonna come out here to this yellow line, and we're gonna have 1, 2, 3 rows of holes on that side. I mean, I don't even think, to be fair, with how adjustable this is, I don't think that I'll even need to do like elastic on the waistbands. I'm gonna do it anyway because it's comfy to wear. So now I'm just gonna do my 2 centimeter. My 2 centimeter line. Already, I'm gonna highlight that one because I already am getting confused as to what line's what. Do you know what I didn't do? I didn't even think about it, but I was gonna do sections here as well as modular that way. So, oops. It's fine. I'm still going to carry on making this pattern, and then what I'll have to do when I go and do it the other way, because I feel like this is just easier, otherwise I am going to get confused, to focus on one way first and then worry about the other way later. But don't worry, I have an idea, so it's okay. But yeah, I just thought that I was, because really it's not going to be like, obviously this is a piece, because this isn't all going to be one piece. It's going to be a piece, a piece, a piece, a piece, a piece, a piece, if that makes sense. Oh, why do I do the complicated things? Anyway, if it works out, it will be worth it. Let's just say. So this is the original. And this is where we want our 10 centimeter button to go. So what we want is 10 10, 10. Yeah. Did I even mark? Yeah, because we just want buttons on there. I was going to say, I thought I didn't even mark the buttons, but I did. I just decided to, on the panel where the buttons are, to only have like one row of buttons. Like I didn't want to put too many buttons on because I didn't want it to be like uncomfortable, if you know what I mean. Just having like, because sort of like if you have buttons and then if you lean against something, you might like feel the button. Like the button might push in and it might not be the most comfortable. So I only really want to have one row of buttons. But then I'm also thinking that I might have to have on the side buttons and buttonholes, because then I'm thinking if this one's got the buttons on this edge, which you join to the buttonholes on this edge, and then I could put buttons on this edge, but I want all the main pieces to have the buttons and then these to have, like the panels to have the holes. But what I might have to do on the side pieces is do buttons and a hole, because then if you want to join the back to the side and not have any of the panel at all, that would be an option, but you can't join a button to a button, so you have to join a button to a hole. So I might have to do buttons and holes on that one. One thing I always say with pattern cutting is it's always like good to check all your measurements, because the problem is that one slight wrong measurement could be like the difference between it working and not working. Okay, so now we want to do our 2 centimeter line, this side of the seam line. Obviously, wait, is that? No, that's not pencil. Make sure I follow the right line. we go. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to do our points along here. Start there. Let's go here. Okay. Essentially what I'm doing is these, where the buttons are, obviously 10 centimeters apart. So therefore we want the buttonholes to be 10 centimeters apart, but we also want them to line up so that it's flat along here. So we don't want like that to be shifted. I'm really bad at explaining things. So what I'm doing, just to make sure that it's as accurate as possible, is this is 0.0, and I'm making sure that this square line, if I line this up here, you should see that this straight line follows the line I just drew. This right angled line goes through the point, and that these dots are 10 centimeters apart. And if it does all those things, it should be perfectly lined up, in theory. Feels like it's taken forever just to get here. Hopefully now I know what I'm doing, we can pick up the pace a bit. But then at the same time, it's better to take your time and and not have to redo it. So I want this to work the first time. So if I have to spend it however long contemplating what to do and how to do it, then that's what I'm going to do, because yeah, I don't want to. I mean, it's fine, obviously, to make mistakes, but from practice, I've just kind of learned that if you take your time, now I'm going to go and do the final row of buttonholes for this piece. So essentially what I've learned from practice is if you take your time a little bit, you're less likely to make the mistakes. So now what I'm wanting to do for this row is obviously line up this 2 centimeter mark with the line all the way down, have this center line, hit through that point, and then this is where the new point will go, and also have it 10 centimeters away from the previous point. Accuracy is kind of crucial. So that to line up with that. Yes. it won't be so bad doing we'll call these like the vertical joins. The horizontal joins won't be so bad because it won't be like here I'm going to have 3 rows of buttonholes, so you can really adjust the size. But I won't need that on the horizontal joins because it will just be, you can either have shorts above the knee, shorts below the knee, longer or shorter. I guess I don't know whether I should do how adjustable I should make the length, because then when I think about it, there are some really tall people and there are some really short people. But this is a medium. Like, I'm pretty sure in the pattern cutting book there's like options for tall and options for short. This is neither. This is just average. So now I'm wondering whether I should, well, to be fair, actually, I can always add a bit on here at the bottom as well, because I haven't added on a waistband yet, but I have got a few ideas of what I want to do for the waistband. Anyway, stop blabbing. Start marking. Yeah, I actually have a deadline for this as well. I'm doing it as part of my uni course. Okay. Really? What I need to remember to trace, because I forgot to do it on the last ones, is these lines, because these are going to be really important when it comes to making the adjustable lengths. Watch me literally just still forget it. Even though I've just said it, I'm still going to forget it, and I know I am. I'm going to try and lay this piece back out so that I can get it on here. So, back panel. Now, when I trace this, what I want to trace is obviously the yellow highlighted lines and then the 3 rows of markings on each side for the buttonhole. And then do I add seam allowance? I don't think I'm going to add seam allowance. I think I'm going to do a binding. Yeah. And also I realised these panels I could do like reversible. So they could have like one colour on one side and another colour on the other side. Maybe let me just make a note of that. So because there's a group on WhatsApp which are people who helped me come up with the design that I'm now making. And I want to run the ideas through them. Don't know where to write it down. It's fine, I'll remember it. I will remember it. So, no, I won't. Will I? No. Do you know what? I'm just going to write it on here. Reversible. The only thing that I'm not quite understanding, I think it's because obviously this lot of buttonholes here is a centimetre higher than this, but I think it's because obviously that's 10 centimetres at the top and that's 15 centimetres. So this line was on a slant, which is why I think we've ended up with this one a bit higher. And I don't know whether like that's going to annoy me or whether I'm just being like over fussy because it is only a centimetre and I don't think it's going to be that noticeable. But then I'm also wondering whether I should lower it. No, do you know what? We've gone too far. I don't think it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't know why I'm a perfectionist. Okay. Let's trace this. That yellow is a bit hard to see. I might not use yellow highlighter again. I've already done it now, so I'm going to use it now, but oh, I just shifted it. Oh dear, I don't want to shift it right. On the line, on the line, on the line, on the line. Nope. Hello again. Sorry, I don't like it when you message. I'm not even sure whether I don't know when you sent that saying that I'm back. What I need to do is get like a notification that goes so I can actually hear because I can't. My laptop's not making any noise, so I have no idea when you sent that message. But if you're still here, yeah, basically, what I've done, I'll just do a little recap. Is this is the back panel, and I've done the buttons. I've marked for the buttons. I'm only going to have one row of buttons. If you can see those crosses, and I've done them 10 centimeters apart. I hope that that is enough because that's quite a lot of buttons, but I just don't want to not have enough buttons that it comes apart. So hopefully every 10 centimeters is good. And now I'm just tracing off the panel for the back panel. It's really hard to see where. Okay, I think that's fine. Also, I realised when I cut out that piece or when I traced that piece off and this piece that I've done none of the. I've only done the horizontal, no, the vertical, and I haven't done the horizontal, so I'm gonna have to deal with that later. But I just need to get my head around this bit first. And I also realised whilst you were gone that I didn't put a title or anything for my stream. I literally just started streaming. I think for this piece, I might mark the lines just so I can see when I actually, but then I don't know how I'd mark that. on the actual, I think I'm going to just mark the lines just so it's easier to see because those dots kind of disappear. How did I do it on here? Okay, I didn't mark the line, but you can kind of see the crosses. So I either need to do bigger crosses or mark the lines. Let's just do crosses. What's the title? I put the title as my first stream, explanation mark, pattern cutting a modular garment. Why is it so hard to see where I've marked? Wait. Why is there a mark there? Hang on. Is there a mark there? Nope. There's not a mark there. I just imagined one. Oh, it's actually really difficult to see. But I hope I've marked these right. Right, because this paper has like crosses on it already. I think that's fine, but I think I've shifted it a bit now. That needs to come down a little bit. And then, okay, we're still lined up there. What's your nickname when you were in college? What do you mean nickname? You mean Lucy? Loosi or Loose Lucy? I had a lot of nicknames. 1 second, I'll be back. I just need to blow my nose. Still figuring out how to use this. Okay, I hope this is the right microphone. Okay. Where did I put my pencil? Where did I put the pencil? Where is it gone? Hang on. I'm so confused. Did you see where I put the pencil? Did I take it with me? Am I being stupid? Okay, I took it with me, it's fine. Okay. So then, and then we've got, basically, I've decided on each edge, I'm going to have 3 rows of buttonholes. So you can either button it to here, here, or here. So I'm just going to draw in that final row now, hopefully, if I can see where I've actually marked it. Why is it so difficult to see? Okay. Okay. I think that's, no, I haven't even marked the other side. Oh my god. Have I done? Yeah, I have done 3 rows. It's just really difficult to see it. 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. And then 1 there, 1 there. Oh, I actually can't see where I've even marked. Okay. I don't know if this is like a bit over ambitious, but I would like to get the whole pattern done before I end the stream. Part of the reason that I'm streaming is to try and like be more productive, because if I wasn't streaming this, like I just get so distracted. Because I know like I'm live and streaming, I'm more focused. But then there was like a moment earlier where I nearly gave up because I couldn't get my head around something. And like, usually, if I can't get my head around something, I would take a step away and think about it. But then, can't really do that on stream. Like, I could have ended the stream and gone away and thought about it, but then it's like, I don't know, I feel like you can't really do that because, yeah, I just didn't want to like, you know, end a stream after like 30 minutes. So, but it's fine. I just took like a little break and I figured it out. So, what did we call this piece? Back panel. I'm starting to think it's going to be easier to do this on paper that hasn't got marks on it, because already it's really like I like this paper because all these crosses and all these dots are like even and they're all 2 centimeters apart, so it's like if you wanted to draw a square you could really easily just, you know, but then when you start to mark button things on, it gets a bit confusing with all the dots and the crosses. Anyway, that piece done. So now I'm kind of glad actually that I've done it this way, because having a panel here and a panel here means that all this section, which is the side section, like I can have like pockets and all kinds of stuff, and it's a big enough space to put the pockets in. So this is where the side section begins. Obviously these are the buttons. I'm marking them with a big cross so I don't get confused. To be fair, actually, this panel is quite easy because it's only got the one row of buttons. It's these. Okay, I don't know how to. I need some more consistent wording because I keep saying panel and you probably have no clue what I'm on about. Just distracted with anything, to be honest. I might just be like, oh, just see what's on Facebook Marketplace or have a look on Instagram or watch a YouTube video. Do you know what I mean? So, and to be fair, recently I've just brought a new game on the Switch, which is very addictive. So, but yeah, these panels, right? So the panels, because I need to stop saying panels, because that's a back panel, that's a back, that's a side, but I want to say side panel, but I don't want it to sound confusing. But anyway, the side section, let's call it section, and the back and the front sections are easy because they've only got one row of buttons, whereas the panels have 3 rows. So essentially, all I need to do is work out which line is the right line. This line. Draw the 2 centimetre overlap. And before I get confused, so this side section is from this orange line to this orange line. And now I need to draw where the buttons are gonna go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just mark them in green just to make it easier when it comes to tracing it. And these ones. Okay, that's the side section done. And I'm sticking with the word section because these are the panels. The panels are the adjustable bits, and the sections are the main bits. See if I actually have enough paper. Just enough paper. I just line this edge up potentially with the orange, then that is one bit that I don't need to cut. Okay, that was a quick one. Do you know what? Probably a good idea to mark what side the top is, because otherwise this is just going to look a bit like a rectangle. So that's the top, and that's the bottom. Okay. Side. Essentially, I don't know how long I've been streaming for. But essentially all we've got to do is the front panel and then the front section. Sorry, just running stuff through my head. Okay. So this line is our 2 centimeter overlap. Essentially just repeating now what I did for the other panel. So the green crosses, which is where the button sits on the side section, is also where the first buttonhole will go. And then what we want to do is we're going to do the next buttonholes 2 centimeters, and they'll sit on that orange line. Why am I confused? Okay, I know why I'm confused. It's fine. I'm not confused anymore. Okay, so this is the edge of the panel. We've got buttonhole row 1, buttonhole row 2, and I'm just going to do the row 3. I'm going to go over these in green. And then, yeah, so if you can see here, which is, we're just following what we did here. So we've got 1, 2, 3 on that side and 1, 2, 3 on that side. So and in theory, we should be able to line this 2 centimeter mark up with the orange line. Then this, is it perpendicular when the line that comes at the right angle should go through both the previous points, and it should be 10 centimeters from the last point up here. And if it is all of those three things, then it's probably in the right place. Just counting how many buttons I've got on each side, because again, I'm not sure why, but I kind of thought that this would be the same as that, but it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think the back is probably just longer. Probably just longer at the back. I'm just going to carry on. Come and carry on. Okay, we've got our 3 rows of buttonholes on that side. Now I just have to do it on this side. Wait. Oh my god. Shouldn't have highlighted that. Should not have highlighted that. Okay. Hopefully, when I come to trace this later, I remember that I drew the orange line in the wrong place. Okay. My stomach's rumbling. So this first row I'm drawing is for the buttons and also the buttonholes. Now I'm going to draw the next row of buttonholes. I'm just going to use the green straight away. And I'm just going to do a little dot. I am trying to be accurate. But when you start using like thicker pens, it is harder. One sec. Okay. Where was I at? Okay. Just got one more row of buttonholes. This is actually really tiring. So like in sewing, if things are like up to 5 millimeters out, it will be fine. If it's any more, then it's not fine. This is when I need music. Okay, that's that panel. This is the panel from before. Again, I also didn't mark which is the top, which is the bottom. Pretty sure this is the top. Don't know if I'm going to do any sewing today, but hopefully if I can just get the pattern done. I'm going to try and line up one of the edges with the edge just to save my cutting. I mean, it should be a straight edge. That's straight enough for me. And for the panel, we want to go to the yellow line, which I can't see. Before I forget, and also before I forget, now I'm wondering whether I forgot to do this on the previous piece. Okay, so we should just have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's so much easier to see when the crosses don't line up with the crosses that already exist on the paper. Okay, that's the front panel done. Now we just have to do the front section. Let me just check with this piece. Yeah, I forgot to put the lines on. I'm gonna add them on quickly now. Can kind of see already actually how here, like, the accuracy is kind of out. It's only by 0.5 centimeter, which is sort of like the cut-off point, I'd say, for me anyway. And again down here. So I don't actually know how accurate this is, and I don't know how much it's going to matter. And the only way we'll find out is when I make it. Okay, final piece. What is the time? Maybe 3. Okay, lined that bit up. Where's my pencil? I know I should use a ruler. Just going to draw on my seam allowance so I don't forget. Okay, that is all the pieces actually. I'm just going to take a break and then decide whether to continue with something else, maybe doing the horizontal, or whether that's going to be it for today, but I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to have a 5-minute chill, but I won't end the stream, I'll just put it on pause. Okay, I've decided that I'm gonna end the stream now because it's been nearly 4 hours. So no, I don't think so. I'm not sure. Next time I'll be sorting out the horizontal paneling in the pattern. I don't know when I'll be doing it, so just I'll try and make a plan and put it in the schedule if you want to check the schedule.